Yani o eğitimleri dışında anlıyorsunuz ama çok da vatandaşın da silahlanmayı söylemek mümkün. Onların başına birer tane onların emin karşısında yapıyorlar. Bunlar ordu tarafından çok silah dağıtılıyor. Bunlar daha çok sarı bank dağıtıyorlar. Fakat bir şekilde burada bu yaşam burada aslında bir anlamda yok olmuş. Çünkü çok fazla bir yığılma oldu orada. Evet. ben derin bağladım. Ben bakacağım. Biliyorum.
Seninle beraber ortak bir yayın yapalım mı?
Бажаю здоров'я. Бажаю здоров'я. Бажаю здоров'я народу Європи. Бажаю
I would like to wish all the best to the people of Europe.
Саме так вітаються у нас в Україні наші військові, наші герої світла.
This is how our soldiers, our heroes of the light, are greeting each other these days.
Ті, хто захищають наші домівки, наших дітей, наше майбутнє, нашу свободу, нашу Європу, українську Європу, яка є частиною вашої сім'ї. Бажаю здоров'я.
So these are the people who are protecting their homes, they're protecting their Ukraine, they're protecting our Europe, they're protecting your Europe, and they are greeting each other, wishing each other good health.
Але нещодавно так стали вітатися всі ми, громадяни України, не тільки військові, всі ми, хто захищає Україну від вторгнення повномасштабної війни з боку Росії проти нас, проти кожної нашої сім'ї.
But from recently, this soldier greeting, this army greeting, is something that ordinary people starting to use in their day-to-day language when greeting each other, because we are protecting our country from Russian invasion, from the Russian attack. We are protecting our homes and our land from the full-fledged and out Russian war and Russian aggression.
Сьогодні ми всі військові, всі ми захищаємо нашу державу. Кожний на своєму дуже важливому місці. Військові з автоматами на передовій, лікарі зі скальпелем в шпиталях і діти. Діти, які захищають нас своїми посмішками і сльозами. І це і є наше серце, серце України, і це і є наша мотивація.
Today we are all servicemen. Some of us are military servicemen serving our country in the army. Others are serving as doctors with scalpels in their hands during the surgical operations. Others are working to protect the children and their families. And this is our heart. This is the heart of Ukraine, standing together against the evil.
У мене є 3 хвилини мого звернення до вас.
I have 3 minutes of my address to you.
Першу хвилину я хочу віддати мовчання і вшанувати пам'ять всіх загиблих наших військових, наших спецслужбовців, поліцейських, розвідників, пожежників, всіх, хто віддав своє життя, хто зараз серед нас, але ми їх вже не бачимо.
And this first minute, I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence to those who have fallen in the fight for their country, to our soldiers, to those who served in the fire crews, those who are working as pilots, those who are making heroic deeds in different areas protecting their country and have given their lives away for this.
Прошу вшанувати їх пам'ять. Пам'ять
Let us-
загиблих.
Let us commemorate their souls and rest in peace.
Другу хвилину свого виступу я хочу надати також мовчанню. Мовчанню на честь наших цивільних, дорослих і дітей, десятків і сотень тих, хто віддав своє життя, але не знав про це. Віддав життя і отримав вічний спокій.
My second minute, I would like to dedicate to the commemoration of our citizens, of our civil population, those people, adults and children, dozens and hundreds of them who have died without knowing so, sacrificing their lives for the independence of our country.
Прошу вшанувати мовчанням їх пам'ять.
Let us commemorate them with silence.
Дякую.
Thank you.
А дайте хвилину. Я хочу віддати вам, народи Європи. Не мовчіть. Виходьте на вулиці. Підтримуйте Україну. Ми прагнемо цього. Підтримуйте нашу свободу. Бо це перемога. Перемога не тільки над російськими військовими. Це перемога світла над темрявою. Це перемога добра над злом. Перемога свободи над тим, що відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть. І якщо ми переможемо, бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа. Якщо Україна паде, паде вся Європа.
And this third minute I would like to dedicate to you, to the people of Europe. I would like to call upon you not to be silent. I would like you to come out on the streets and support Ukraine, support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will fall, you will fall. So please don't be silent. Do not turn the blind eye on this. Come out and support Ukraine as much as you can.
І якщо ми переможемо, а я впевнений в нашому народі, я впевнений в вас, тож якщо ми переможемо, то це дійсно буде велика перемога демократії, цінності, перемога свободи. Це тоді хвилини мовчання перетворяться в роки розсвіту. Європа, будь такою ж міцною, як народ України. Слава Україні!
And if we win, and I'm sure we win, this will be the victory for the whole democratic world. This will be the victory of our freedom. This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery. And if we win, we will become as blossoming as Europe, and Europe will be flourishing more than ever after this magnificent victory. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Вільнюс, Франкфурт, Тбілісі, Братислава, Прага, Ліон, Париж. Кожен з вас сьогодні українець. Дякую.
Frankfurt, Prague, Bratislava, Lyon, Paris, Tbilisi, Vilnius, all of you today are Ukrainians, and thank you for this.
Бажаю здоров'я. Бажаю здоров'я народу Європи.
I would like to wish all the best to the people of Europe.
Саме так вітаються у нас в Україні наші військові, наші герої світла.
This is how our soldiers, our heroes of the light are greeting each other these days.
Ті, хто захищають наші домівки, наших дітей, наше майбутнє, нашу свободу, нашу Європу, українську Європу, яка є частиною вашої сім'ї. Бажаю здоров'я. Бажаю здоров'я. Бажаю здоров'я. Бажаю здоров'я народу Європи.
I would like to wish all the best to the people of Europe.
Саме так вітаються у нас в Україні наші військові, наші герої світла.
This is how our soldiers, our heroes of the light are greeting each other these days.
Проти нас. Ті, хто захищають наші домівки, наших дітей, наше майбутнє, нашу свободу, нашу Європу, українську Європу, яка є частиною вашої сім'ї. Бажаю здоров'я.
So these are the people who are protecting their homes, they're protecting their Ukraine, they're protecting our Europe, they're protecting your Europe, and they're greeting each other, wishing each other good health.
Але нещодавно так стали вітатися всі ми, громадяни України. Не тільки військові, всі ми, хто захищає Україну від вторгнення повномасштабної війни з боку Росії проти нас, проти кожної нашої сім'ї. Діти, які захищають нас.
But from recently, this soldier greeting, this army greeting is something that ordinary people starting to use in their day-to-day language when greeting each other, because we are protecting our country from Russian invasion, from the Russian attack. We are protecting our homes and our land from the full-fledged and out Russian war and Russian aggression.
Сьогодні ми всі військові, всі ми захищаємо нашу державу. Кожний на своєму дуже важливому місці. Військові з автоматами на передовій, лікарі зі скальпелем в шпиталях і діти. Діти, які захищають нас своїми посмішками і сльозами. І це і є наше серце, серце України, і це і є наша мотивація.
Today we are all servicemen. Some of us are military servicemen serving our country in the army. Others are serving as doctors with scalpels in their hands during the surgical operations. Others are working to protect the children and their families. And this is our heart. This is the heart of Ukraine standing together against the evil.
У мене є 3 хвилини мого звернення до вас.
I have 3 minutes of my address to you.
Першу хвилину я хочу віддати мовчання і вшанувати пам'ять всіх загиблих наших військових, наших спецслужбовців, поліцейських, розвідників, пожежників, всіх, хто віддав своє життя, хто зараз серед нас, але ми їх вже не бачимо.
And this first minute, I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence to those who have fallen in the fight for their country, to our soldiers, to those who served in the fire crews, those who are working as pilots, those who are making heroic deeds in different areas protecting their country and have given their lives away for this.
Прошу вшанувати їх пам'ять. Пам'ять загиблих.
Let us commemorate their souls and rest in peace.
Але не знав про це. Віддав життя і отримав вічний спокій.
My second minute I would like to dedicate to the commemoration of our citizens, of our civil population, those people, adults and children, dozens and hundreds of them, who have died without knowing so, sacrificing their lives for the independence.
Другу хвилину свого виступу я хочу надати також мовчання. Мовчанню на честь наших цивільних, дорослих і дітей, десятків і сотень тих, хто віддав своє життя, але не знав про це. Віддав життя і отримав вічний спокій.
My second minute I would like to dedicate to the commemoration of our citizens, of our civil population, those people, adults and children, dozens and hundreds of them, who have died without knowing so, sacrificing their lives for the independence of our country.
Прошу вшанувати мовчання, їх пам'ять.
Let us commemorate them with silence.
Підтримуйте нашу свободу, бо це перемога. Перемога не тільки над російськими військовими, це перемога світла над темрявою, це перемога добра над злом, перемога свободи над тим, що відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть, підтримуйте Україну, бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа.
Thank you.
А третю хвилину я хочу віддати вам, народи Європи. Не мовчіть. Виходьте на вулиці, підтримуйте Україну. Ми прагнемо цього. Підтримуйте нашу свободу, бо це перемога. Перемога не тільки над російськими військовими, це перемога світла над темрявою, це перемога добра над злом, перемога свободи над тим, що відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть, підтримуйте Україну, бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа. Якщо Україна паде вся Європа.
And this third minute I would like to dedicate to you, to the people of Europe. I would like to call upon you not to be silent. I would like you to come out on the streets and support Ukraine, support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will fall, you will fall. So please don't be silent. Do not turn the blind eye on this. Come out and support Ukraine as much as you can.
І якщо ми переможемо, а я впевнений в нашому народі, я впевнений в вас, тож якщо ми переможемо, то це дійсно буде велика перемога демократії, цінності, перемога свободи. Це тоді хвилини мовчання перетворяться в роки розсвіту. Європа, будь такою ж міцною, як народ України. Слава Україні!
And if we win, and I'm sure we win, this will be the victory for the whole democratic world. This will be the victory of our freedom. This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery. And if we win, we will become as blossoming as Europe, and Europe will be flourishing more than ever after this magnificent victory. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Вільнюс, Франкфурт, Тбілісі, Братислава, Прага, Ліон, Париж. Кожен з вас сьогодні українець. Дякую.
Frankfurt, Prague, Bratislava, Lyon, Paris, Tbilisi, Vilnius, all of you today are Ukrainian.
Good morning. The 8,986th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated 28th February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, and Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, who is participating, as you will see from the screen, on an aeroplane, and we hope the connection will hold. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Madam President, the Secretary General is gravely concerned by the escalating fighting throughout Ukraine. Ukrainian cities are today under siege and facing repeated attacks. Over 1 million Ukrainians have already crossed Ukraine's borders and have been welcomed by their European neighbors. We applaud such solidarity and support. Everyone seeking refuge should be afforded protection without any form of discrimination. Millions of Ukrainians who remain in the country are being subjected to heavy, often indiscriminate bombardment and shelling. There are thousands of casualties, and their number is growing. The UN is significantly increasing its humanitarian assistance in Ukraine to respond to the escalating crisis. Madam President, the Secretary General has followed with great alarm reports of heavy fighting around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. We understand that the fire affected a training facility and not the cooling system or power center. Military operations around nuclear sites and other critical civilian infrastructure are not only unacceptable, but highly irresponsible. Ukraine knows only too well the devastation of a major nuclear accident. The Chernobyl disaster in 1986 stands as a lasting example of why it is vital to ensure all nuclear power plants have the highest standards of safety and security. Every effort should be taken to avoid a catastrophic nuclear incident. The persistence and bravery of the Ukrainian personnel who continue to keep power plants safely operational during this crisis are to be applauded. Madam President, attacks on nuclear power facilities are contrary to international humanitarian law. Specifically, Article 56 of Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Convention states that, and I quote, "Works or installations containing dangerous forces, namely dams, dikes, and nuclear electrical generating stations, shall not be made the object of attack, even where these objects are military objectives, if such attack may cause the release of dangerous forces and consequent severe losses among the civilian population." End quote. The Secretary General welcomes the statements and actions by the International Atomic Energy Agency on this issue and is ready to assist however he can. It's vital that all parties work with the IAEA to establish an appropriate framework that will ensure the safe, secure, and reliable operation of Ukraine's nuclear power plants. Urgent and safe passage should be granted to IAEA personnel should they need to travel to Ukraine to work with regulators. Madam President, we welcome the reported agreement between the Ukrainian and Russian negotiators during their second round of talks in Belarus yesterday. We understand that the discussion focused on the establishment of humanitarian corridors to allow safe passage for civilians and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We hope that this reported agreement is implemented without delay and that a full and unconditional ceasefire is quickly agreed and enacted. We urge the sides to continue negotiations and to make urgent progress on security, humanitarian, and other issues. Madam President, as the Secretary General has emphatically stated, the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected in line with General Assembly resolutions. What we are witnessing in Ukraine today is inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. Only diplomacy and negotiations can achieve a truly lasting solution to the current conflict. The fighting in Ukraine must stop, and it must stop now. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing, and I now give the floor to Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi. We're hoping the connection will be working from the airplane. We cannot hear you. We've lost Mr. Grossi for the moment. We're going to start with our list of speakers and then come back to him when connection is re-established. I'd like to therefore invite those council members who wish to make statements, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank Under-Secretary General DiCarlo for her briefing, and we look forward to hearing the briefing from Mr. Grossi. The United Kingdom and our partners called this urgent meeting because Russian forces last night attacked the largest nuclear power station in Europe. We're grateful to the Ukrainian firefighters and authorities who got the fire under control and are working bravely to ensure that the plant remains safe. We support the work of the IAEA in Ukraine and are relieved that so far they have reported that none of the safety systems in the plant was affected and that there was no release of radioactive material. Colleagues, this is the first time that a state has attacked a fueled and functioning nuclear power plant. International law requires special protection for nuclear facilities, and it is difficult to see how Russia's actions were compatible with its commitments under Article 56 of the Additional Protocol of the Geneva Conventions. It must not happen again. Even in the midst of an illegal invasion of Ukraine, Russia must keep fighting away from and protect the safety and security of nuclear sites. Colleagues, President Putin said yesterday that the special military operation, or as everyone else calls it, the war, was going to plan. Everyone around this table knows that is not true. President Putin misjudged the strength, resilience, and will of the Ukrainian people to his invasion. He underestimated the world's condemnation of his actions. 141 votes in the General Assembly and the unprecedented sanctions on Russia demonstrate the strength of the global response. Every day this war continues, the destruction it brings to Ukraine, the suffering it inflicts on Ukrainian and Russian people, and the risks it poses to international peace and security increase. This must stop. We call on Russia to end this violence, withdraw its troops, and enter into serious peace negotiations. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement. I will now try and give the floor to Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi to give his briefing to the Council.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Very good. So I will try to proceed with my briefing on the current situation in the Ukraine, and especially after the events last night. We have been in contact with the Nuclear Regulation Agency of the Ukraine from the very beginning of the conflict, and we have been receiving updates and information from them without interruption. In general, the situation could be described as follows. The nuclear installations and nuclear facilities in Ukraine are quite important. 4 big sites, 15 reactors and associated facilities, plus the site of Chernobyl. Regarding Chernobyl, already last week, we were informed, and it was so confirmed afterwards, that the Russian special military forces took charge of the site. At the same time, the operators of the plant, of the Chernobyl plant, continued to run the day-by-day operations over there. A few days ago, we were informed again by the Russian government that military forces were moving in the area of Zaporozhye nuclear power plant with the similar mission to take over control of this facility. We got information in the sense that their advance towards the perimeter of the nuclear power plant was met with opposition and some groups of civilians obstructing the access to the plant. Finally, this happened, and last night, in the early hours of the morning, we got information that a projectile had impacted a building adjacent to the block of reactors, 6 of them. The projectile impacted this building and a fire ensued, which was after some time put out by the fire brigade at the station. We confirm through our contacts at the regulator, but also directly from the plant, we were able to confirm that no security or safety systems had been compromised. Neither the reactors themselves had been hit by this projectile. Only, as I say and repeat, this building which caught fire, and perhaps you saw some images of that in the social media. After this, the operation of and at the plant had continued. We consider from a technical point of view that operation continues normally, although, as I have stressed to the border governors of the IAEA, there is no, of course, normalcy about this situation when there are military forces, of course, in charge of the site. In terms of the next steps, we continue our permanent contact with the Ukrainian authorities, governmental, nuclear regulatory, and also Energoatom, the company which operates these facilities, and also operators there. This is or constitutes the basis of the regular updates, more than 10 or 12 at this point, which you have been seeing on the websites of the IAEA. At the same time, today, I indicated in the morning my readiness to travel as soon as practicable to Chernobyl in order to consult, of course, with our Ukrainian counterparts, but also, if necessary and when necessary, to the forces in charge, in order to establish a stable framework so the observance of the basic principles of safety and security, starting with the physical integrity of the facilities, can be observed. Basic elements of this initiative proposal have already been shared with the Ukrainian counterparts and the Russian authorities, which are at this point evaluating that. We believe that having received a direct request for assistance, it is our duty at the IAEA to heed this call and to try to provide assistance. Needless to say, in particular, Madam President, to your body and the distinguished representatives over there, that this mission of the IAEA, if and when it takes place, would not, of course, have anything to do with the political and diplomatic aspects that are in the purview of the Security Council. This mission would be strictly restricted and circumscribed to the safety and security of the nuclear installations in Ukraine, which are evidently, and as facts have shown, under constant danger of damage and accidents. So, Madam President, I hope these basic elements will help you in the evaluation of the situation. We request members of the Council, as I have done in Vienna at my Board of Governors, to support my efforts as Director General and those of the IAEA in order to ensure a basic element in this very difficult situation, which is the safety and the security of this important infrastructure of the country. I thank you very much, Madam President, and I will be ready in case there are questions or particular points that might not be clear to clarify them. I thank you very much, and I excuse myself for the pure quality of my connection. As you know, I'm airborne now. I'm on my way to Tehran to deal with another issue which is of direct interest of the Council, which is the hopefully solution of the outstanding aspects of the nuclear power program in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Grossi for his briefing, and we'll now continue with the list of speakers and then come back for any questions to the briefers. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank USG Di Carlo, and we're happy that we could listen to DG Grossi, and I'd like to reassure him of our full support in his efforts on the issue the issue that we're discussing today. Dear colleagues, 10 days into the so-called special operation, which in reality is the operation How to Invade Your Neighbor, and we are in the midst of a large-scale human tragedy running towards an overall catastrophe for Ukraine first, but for Russia as well, and as we see every day, with serious implications for the wider Europe. Thousands have been killed, with at least 2,000 civilians. According to UN reports, some 12 million people are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance 1 million have already fled the country, the fastest and largest mass exodus of people in conflict situations in decades. All developments of this major geopolitical crisis, artificially created by Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine, indicate unmistakably that it is headed towards further escalation. An overwhelming vote in the UNGA just 2 days ago told Russia that it could not take the world hostage. Unfortunately, this loud call by the world asking Russia to stop its aggression is not heard in Moscow, and Russia remains defiant and is stubbornly descending into abyss. Dear colleagues, the world was alarmed late last night after news of the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station caused by Russian shelling. A huge blaze at the site of Europe's biggest nuclear power station was, thankfully, quickly extinguished. Yet we remain gravely concerned, and it is alarming that Russian forces have captured the nuclear power plant. Russia's grip on a plant that provides more than 1/5 of Ukraine's electricity is a serious cause of concern and could have huge repercussions on civilians and Ukraine's economy. Fighting at the plant or any other disturbance could cause a potential nuclear disaster, radioactive damage, and have irreparable consequences for Europe's environment. It is difficult not to have in mind the dreadful images of Chernobyl. We welcome the quick reactions from IAEA and the reassurance that we heard from DG Grossi, putting its Incident and Emergency Center in full response due to the gravity of the situation. They should be given urgent and hindered access to verify and monitor the conditions and ensure safeguards are all in place, as the situation remains very challenging. Russian occupiers must immediately allow unfettered access for emergency service to the plant and whatever is needed. We urge the IAEA to continue working closely with Ukraine with a view to providing maximum possible assistance to the country as it seeks to maintain nuclear safety and security in the current difficult circumstances. It is important for the nuclear power plant to continue to be operated by its regular staff. We are very concerned about the reports from the operator that the situation remains difficult. We call on Russia to end its aggression, withdraw its troops out of Ukraine, to hold use of force near any nuclear power plant and any civilian infrastructure in general, and respect Article 56 of the Additional Protocol of the Geneva Convention. Attacking civilians and civilian infrastructure constitutes a crime, and perpetrators must and will be held accountable. We welcome the establishment by the UN Human Rights Council of an international commission of inquiry to investigate war crimes committed in the aggression against Ukraine. Evidence must be gathered, documented, and presented to the courts. We support the ICC prosecutor to investigate and document crimes committed for the purpose of accountability. Dear colleagues, the UN was not created to take humankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell, as Dag Hammarskjöld famously said. It falls upon this council to do what it can and what is needed to save Ukraine, its people, and entire Europe from the hell where Russia is heading to with its relentless aggression. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night. We all waited to exhale as we watched the horrific situation unfold in real time. I applaud the ability of the Ukrainian operators to keep all 6 reactors in safe conditions while under attack and to report as they were able to their nuclear regulator. Moreover, we appreciate the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine for its continuous updates to the IAEA and to the international community. We are gravely concerned that the Ukrainian operators are now doing their jobs under extreme duress. Russia's attack last night put Europe's largest nuclear power at grave risk. It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. As a first step, we call on Russia to withdraw its troops from the plant to permit medical treatment for injured personnel, to ensure operators have full access to the site and are able to communicate with nuclear regulators, and to allow the operators to conduct shift changes to ensure the continued safe operation of the plant. Ukrainian firefighters and nuclear engineers must have full access to the nuclear facility to assess damage, particularly to water intake piping, and mitigate a further deterioration of the situation if needed. Nuclear facilities cannot become part of this conflict. Reliable electricity is vital for the nuclear facility, as are backup diesel generators and fuel. Safe transit corridors must be maintained. Russia must halt any further use of force that might put at further risk all 15 operable reactors across Ukraine, or interfere with Ukraine's ability to maintain the safety and the security of its 37 nuclear facilities and their surrounding populations. The United States remains highly concerned that Russian military forces controlling the Chernobyl site have not permitted operators there to have a shift change since last week. This is highly irresponsible behavior and causes grave concerns for continued safe operation of both sites. And we call on all countries to support IAEA Director General Grossi in his efforts to find arrangements going forward to ensure nuclear safety and prevent a nuclear catastrophe in Ukraine. Over the past 9 days, we have witnessed the devastating impacts of President Putin's war of choice on the Ukrainian people. Yesterday, the UN reported that Russia's invasion had turned 500,000 children into refugees. Russia has killed thousands of Ukrainians and sacrificed thousands more Russian soldiers' lives in the process. Russia is destroying critical infrastructure, which is denying people drinking water to stay alive and gas to keep people from freezing to death in the middle of winter. The humanitarian impact of this destruction will be significant. 141 nations across the world have called loudly and clearly on President Putin to stop this brutal, unjustified, unprovoked attack. Not only has he not listened, we've just witnessed a dangerous new escalation that represents a dire threat to all of Europe and the world. To my Russian counterparts, this council needs answers. We need to hear you say this won't happen again, as our UK colleague just stated. We call on you to withdraw your troops and weaponry from Ukraine. We call on you to respect Ukraine's borders, its people, and the UN Charter. We call on you to respect your own troops enough not to send them into an unjust war or on a suicide mission against a nuclear power plant. We call on Russia to abide by its international law obligations. The world demands that Russia abide by international humanitarian law, which prohibits intentionally targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, and allow humanitarian agencies full and secure access to people in need of aid. The United States and our partners have called for a briefing this Monday on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. We support the urgent work by humanitarian organizations on a humanitarian pause to allow for safe passage and the delivery of humanitarian supplies. President Putin must stop this humanitarian catastrophe by ending this war and ceasing these unconscionable attacks against the people of Ukraine. Mr. Putin must stop this madness, and he must stop it now. Cooler heads must prevail. Russian forces are now 20 miles and closing from Ukraine's second largest nuclear facility. So this imminent danger continues. We narrowly avoided a disaster last night. The international community must be unanimous in demanding Russia's forces stop their dangerous assault. And as I've said before, the people of Ukraine are counting on us, and we must not let them down. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, I would like to thank Mr. Grossi and Madame Di Carlo for their statements. France is seriously concerned about the risks for the safety, security, and nuclear safeguards that are a result of the Russian invasion. And this is why, with its partners, France has asked the Security Council meet urgently. On the 24th of February, Russian forces entered the Chernobyl zone. The team running the facility was retained and requisitioned by Russian military. On the 27th of February, a strong, loud detonation was recorded near a center for waste storage in Kiev. This morning, a fire was declared in the largest nuclear facility in Europe after the Russian attack. As indicated by the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, France strongly condemns this attack on the integrity of a nuclear structure which we need to guarantee its security. The results of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine are possibly devastating for human health and the environment. In 2009, Russia approved, with the rest of the General Conference of the IAEA, a decision according to which any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principle of the United Nations Charter, international law, and the statutes of the body. Russia, in this circumstance, also needs to adhere to the resolutions of the agency and the General Conference. Russia should immediately cease its illegal activities, which are dangerous, in order to restore control to the Ukrainian authorities on all nuclear materials and facilities within the internationally recognized borders of the Ukraine. Russia should also authorize regular and unfettered access to the facilities for the team running the facilities so that they can do their jobs safely. We call for the full respect of the Convention on Nuclear Safety and other relevant conventions. France supports the efforts of the General Director of the IAEA for ongoing monitoring of the safety and security of nuclear facilities in Ukraine, who is in close contact with Ukrainian authorities. We would ask the Director General of the agency to use all instruments available to the agency to support Ukraine's efforts in order to ensure the safety and security of all facilities around the country. In this regard, France fully supports the proposal of the Director General of the IAEA for negotiations about commitments between the parties to the conflict in Ukraine in order to ensure respect of the 7 principles set forth during the Board of Governors meeting of the 2nd of March 2022 with regard to the implications of the situation in Ukraine in the areas of safety, security, and nuclear safeguards. France finally reiterates its unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. since the 24th of February, we have seen the devastating human cost of Russian aggression. Immediate cessation of hostilities and strict application of international humanitarian law is urgent. And this is why, with Mexico, France is putting forth a resolution with this goal in mind in order to put an end to the humanitarian drama which is unfolding before our eyes. And here, the Security Council should fully assume its responsibility in this regard. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I would like to thank Under-Secretary General De Carlo and Director General Grossi for their briefings and Director General Grossi's call for urgent action today. We're here today because of our concern about the ongoing situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Madam President, the Russian Federation's continuing unprovoked, unjustified invasion of Ukraine is wreaking havoc and destruction on Ukraine and on its people. This aggression is inflicting enormous hardship and suffering. Ireland stands full square in unwavering solidarity with the people of Ukraine, who continue to show extraordinary courage and resilience in the face of this act of aggression. The parties to the conflict must comply with international humanitarian law. This includes the obligation not to attack civilian objects. It includes the obligation and clear prohibition against indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks. It includes the obligation to take all feasible precautions in an attack. We demand nothing less than full respect for those obligations. The attack last night by Russian forces on the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia has shocked us all. It has sent a chilling signal across Europe, indeed across the globe. This further reinforces the concerns arising from the armed takeover by Russia of the nuclear facilities in the Chernobyl exclusion zone just 8 days ago. Ireland condemns the reckless firing against nuclear power plants. Armed attacks and threats against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitute violations of international law, including the principles of the UN Charter, Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions, and the IAEA Statute, and Director General Grossi has made that point abundantly clear. In attacking such sites, the Russian Federation risks an environmental disaster, compounding the extraordinary human tragedy we are witnessing today in Ukraine. A radioactive release from any of these sites would also have serious repercussions for human life and health, for agriculture, and for the environment in Ukraine, in the Russian Federation itself, and the wider European region. President, we call on the Russian Federation to fully respect its obligations under the UN Charter, international law, and the IAEA Statute. All international nuclear safety and security standards must be maintained. We call on the Russian Federation to allow Ukrainian personnel at the plant to do their work safely and without undue pressure. It is crucial that safety systems at the plant are not compromised. Power supplied to the plant must be maintained. This is essential not just for the 6 reactors at the site, but also for the spent fuel stored there. There should be no interruption of basic services, including energy, to the population across Ukraine. Ireland commends the bravery and the professionalism of the Ukrainian personnel at the plant and the Ukrainian nuclear regulator in seeking to ensure safety at the plant in very difficult circumstances. We are deeply concerned, however, for their safety and their well-being. At this worrying time, Ireland fully supports the work of the IAEA and its Incident and Emergency Centre in its ongoing monitoring and assistance in respect of the nuclear safety and security situation in Ukraine. We believe it will be important for the IAEA Director General to keep this Council informed regarding nuclear safety and security in Ukraine. President, cavalier, reckless behaviour with dangerous forces such as nuclear power is unacceptable. It's utterly unacceptable. The prospect of a nuclear event at Europe's largest nuclear power plant will have global impacts. We all saw what happened at Chernobyl and Fukushima. This is a spectre no one at this table should be willing to countenance. Madam President, the humanitarian implications of damage to civilian infrastructure cannot be underestimated. The electricity generated by Zaporizhzhia power powers homes and hospitals, ensuring that civilians can feed and heat themselves, powering life-saving medical equipment. Let's be clear, civilian infrastructure should never be a target, and it must stop now. Mr. President, once more, Ireland urges the Russian Federation to immediately cease all hostilities, to unconditionally withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine, and to refrain from further threats or the use of force of any kind against Ukraine or indeed any other member state. To avert nuclear disaster, Ireland today calls most urgently for an immediate cessation of military activities at Ukraine's nuclear facilities. We call for the competent Ukrainian authorities to be allowed to promptly regain full control over Zaporizhzhia and all their nuclear facilities. One more time, Madam President, we call sincerely for a return to dialogue and diplomacy in good faith. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Ireland for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, I thank Undersecretary General De Carlo and Director General Grossi for their briefing to the Council. And I also thank IAEA for providing frequent factual updates on matters within the agency's mandate. We call this meeting with partners because, President, this is an unjust war, unjustly fought. Norway condemns the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. And now, as reported, we see shelling and fighting in the immediate vicinity of a civilian nuclear power plant. It takes little imagination to understand the possible consequences of such action. It shows a blatant disregard for Ukrainian lives, for Russian lives, and indeed life in Europe and beyond. It is irresponsible and unacceptable. Civilians can never be a target. A nuclear power plant can never be a target. Yet, this is only the latest in a string of assaults on homes, hospitals, schools, bridges, roads, and other vital civilian infrastructure. Damage and destruction of a nuclear plant would put us all in danger. It can lead to a radioactive nightmare with the most severe long-term effects for generations. President, international humanitarian law is not optional. We call on Russia to fulfill its obligation to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure. These actions also violate the obligation under IHL to maintain the physical integrity of nuclear facilities and keep them safe at all times. And we recall the decision of the IAEA General Conference from 2009 that, and I quote, "Any armed attack on the threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter, international law, and the statute of the agency," unquote. We commend the efforts of the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine to keep the international community updated on the status of nuclear safety and security in their country. And our thoughts go to the staff the men and women working at nuclear facilities in Ukraine under these dire circumstances. We laud their commitments to ensuring continuing nuclear safety and security. Their perseverance is an example to us all. President, Russia bears full responsibility for this act of aggression and all the destruction and loss of life it has and will continue to cause. We reiterate our call upon the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukrainian territory and cease all threats and military actions, including in the vicinity of and directed at nuclear facilities. A ceasefire is desperately and urgently needed. Diplomacy must win. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, today's meeting is another attempt by the Kiev authorities to kindle artificial hysteria about what is taking place in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. The speaker is asking if there is interpretation. I apologize, Madam President. Today's meeting the speaker is not working, says, and the microphone doesn't work, says the speaker.
My
Madam President. Madam President. Today's meeting is another attempt by Kiev authorities to kindle artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today, we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. You're trying to present the situation in such a way as though the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant was allegedly shelled by the Russian military, as a result of which a fire broke out. These statements are simply untrue. The city of Enerhodar, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, or ZNPP, and the adjacent territories were taken by the Russian army under its control back on February 28th. As a result of negotiations with the management of the power plant, an agreement was reached to place it under the guard of the Russian military. The goal is to prevent the Ukrainian nationalists or other terrorist forces from taking advantage of the current situation to organize a nuclear provocation. The goal is also to ensure the security of the station and prevent interruptions in power supply to the population of Ukraine and European consumers. At present, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant and adjacent territory are being guarded by Russian troops. In order to do this, personnel has been brought in with relevant experience, including experience in operating the engineering and technical facilities that the nuclear power plant is equipped with. A similar situation is, the situation is currently similar in the area of the Chernobyl power plant. The security of its facilities is being ensured jointly by the Russian armed forces and the Ukrainian operators of the nuclear installations, and our servicemen are not interfering in the work of the operators of the Ukrainian power plants. They are limiting their objectives merely to ensuring their security. As we were informed by the Russian Ministry of Defense, on the night of March 4th, while patrolling the protected area, but not the area of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant itself, rather the adjacent territory, a Russian mobile patrol was attacked by a Ukrainian sabotage group. In order to provoke return fire on the building, there was heavy small arms fire that was opened on Russian troops from the windows of several floors of the training complex that is located just outside the territory of the nuclear power plant. The Russian patrol returned fire on the firing points of the Ukrainian saboteurs in the building of the training complex and suppressed their fire. As they were leaving, the Ukrainian sabotage group set fire to the training facility. Let me emphasize once again that this building is not located on the territory of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The fire brigades that arrived were able to extinguish the fire on the premises. At the time of this provocation, none of the regular employees of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant were present in the training building. At present, the personnel of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which was not injured, as we were assured by the permanent representative of the U.S., continues to work normally and is maintaining plant facilities and monitoring the radiation situation. The background radiation levels in the area of the nuclear power plant are normal. All the nuclear power plant facilities are under the control of the Russian military. Their security has been fully ensured, and the station continues to function normally in accordance with technological requirements. The power units of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant were not damaged. Their condition is as follows. The first has been disconnected for repair. The second and third have been temporarily disconnected by the decision of the station's management. The fourth is operating at 690 megawatts, and the fifth and sixth are being cooled. According to the assessments of IAEA leadership, which were set out in the press statement dated March 4th, the operation of the nuclear power plant continues normally. Nothing threatens the safety of the 6 power units. The radiation monitoring systems at the station are fully operational, and there is no threat of a release of radioactive material. I would like to remind you that in 2014, Ukrainian nationalists already tried to destabilize the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and in the city of Enerhodar. Western states ignored this egregious case back then, and it could have potentially led to disaster. And at the time, we drew attention to this serious incident. Now, when the Russian military is doing everything to ensure the safety and security of Ukrainian nuclear facilities, a massive anti-Russian propaganda campaign is unfolding based on absurd allegations that Russia is allegedly trying to create a source of radioactive contamination. And I urge you to think, what would be the point of us doing this? We are the best positioned to be aware of and on top of the situation. We're the most interested in maintaining nuclear and general security in Ukraine, physical and nuclear security to be properly maintained and ensured in Ukraine. We are Ukraine's neighbors. And together with the people of Belarus and Ukraine, we lived through the tragedy of Chernobyl, and so we are more interested than most in maintaining a normal radiation situation throughout the territory of Ukraine. I would like to emphasize once again that the danger to the civilian population of Ukraine is not emanating from Russian troops. It is coming from Ukrainian nationalists who are holding the civilian populations of a number of large cities hostage and carrying out acts of sabotage and provocations, one of which is what we are now discussing. After that, they attempt to blame Russia for all of it. Yesterday's incident at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant is a clear illustration of this. And your reaction to this incident and your attempts to blow it into a global scandal, my dear Western colleagues, leave no doubt that the radicals and extremists in Ukraine were and are under your close guardianship and protection. They have a sort of carte blanche from you. For the sake of your Ukrainian project, you're ready to forget about the future and well-being of ordinary Ukrainians, just as for 8 years you tried to ignore the systematic shelling of the civilians of Donbass by the armed forces of Ukraine. We urge you to calm down your mentees who, in the worst traditions of ISIL terrorists and their Idlib associates, are hiding behind civilians, placing heavy weaponry and multiple rocket launchers in residential areas. In Mariupol, nationalists have detained 60 citizens who were on their way to the humanitarian corridor that was established and forcibly transported them to the 34th local school, which has been mined. Now these terrorists are using civilians as a human shield and blackmailing the advancing forces of the Donetsk People's Republic with their readiness to blow up a school full of hostages. These terrorists are preventing those civilians wishing to leave the cities from doing so. This practice is affecting not only Ukrainians, but also foreign citizens. The number of foreign nationals who are being forcibly held by Ukrainian nationalists is shocking. In Kharkiv, this includes 3,189 citizens of India, up to 2,700 citizens of Vietnam, 202 citizens of China. In Sumy, this includes 576 Indian citizens, 101 Ghanaian citizens, and 121 Chinese citizens. In Chernihiv, there are 9 citizens of Indonesia being held. Yesterday in Kharkiv, nationalists fired on a group of Chinese citizens who were trying to independently leave into Russian territory, and 2 of them were injured. The Russian military is doing everything to ensure the peaceful evacuation of foreign nationals. Thus, in the Belgorod region at the Nekhotievska and Sudza checkpoints, as of 6 a.m. today, 130 comfortable buses were standing ready in order to leave for Kharkiv and Sumy to rescue Indian students and other foreign citizens. Checkpoints have been equipped with temporary accommodations, rest facilities, and hot meals. Mobile medical stations have been deployed with stocks of medications. The evacuees will be later transported to Belgorod and subsequently brought home by air. I would like to draw your attention to another egregious episode regarding which we would like to hear clarification from the Secretariat's rapporteur. The Telegram channel of the so-called Territorial Defense of Kramatorsk published a message about the requisitioning of cars of UN mission personnel. And if the Secretariat is not aware of this, we are ready to provide the relevant materials. And that message states, and I quote, "Sorry, but the goal justifies the means. We have requisitioned UN vehicles as we need them now." End of quote. According to the nationalists, and I quote again, there is full understanding on the part of the UN. There were no official statements or protests from the UN, end of quote. We're extremely concerned that UN mission vehicles could end up in the hands of, or could have already ended up in the hands of terrorists and be used for terrorist purposes. If the Secretariat is really aware of this situation, as the nationalists claim, then we would like to receive an explanation of why the UN did not inform member states of this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank USG DiCarlo and DG Grossi for their briefings. it is regrettable that the situation in Ukraine has worsened further since the Council last convened on this matter. An immediate cessation of violence and end to all hostilities are essential. We continue to carefully follow the developments regarding the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear power reactors and facilities. India attaches the highest importance to ensuring safety and security of nuclear facilities, as any accident involving the nuclear facilities may have severe consequences for public health and the environment. India accords the highest priority to the discharge by the IAEA of its safeguards and monitoring activities in accordance with its statute in an effective, non-discriminatory and efficient manner. We have also noted the latest information available with regard to the nuclear power plants and facilities in Ukraine, including today's updates provided by the DG IAEA on the current situation. Madam President, while we are discussing the nuclear dimension of an unfolding conflict, this Council must acknowledge that there is a pressing humanitarian crisis confronting us in Ukraine, where safety and security of innocent civilians, including several thousand Indian nationals, in particular students, are at stake. We therefore hope that the second round of talks between the two sides contributes to the immediate establishment of a safe humanitarian corridor. As reiterated by my Prime Minister in his conversations with global leaders, including of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, differences must be resolved through sustained dialogue and diplomacy. Commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, to international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states are key principles in this regard. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo and Director General Mr. Grossi for their briefings. Like other delegations, we would like to express my country's concern for the incident which occurred in the nuclear plant of Zaporizhia. While the information presented to us would indicate that the nuclear reactors were not impacted and that radiation levels have not increased, this does not in any way diminish the gravity of the incident, nor the possible consequences which would stem from greater impact. Firing missiles on or in the immediate environment around a nuclear energy plant is a violation of the fundamental principle which relates to the physical integrity of nuclear facilities, which should be maintained safely at any time, at all times, and under any circumstances. In 2009, the IAEA General Conference unanimously approved the decision to reaffirm the resolutions adopted in 1985 and 1990, which establish explicitly, and I quote, "Any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law," end quote. It is also necessary to mention the concern about the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Any incident in these two plants or in any other plant could have serious repercussions both on the health or on the environment. Just a week into the conflict, there are already more than 1 million refugees, and the additional humanitarian consequences of a radiological accident, which would release radioactive material, would be so serious that it is actually now imperative to take all measures that are preventative, that are within our reach, in order to prevent that from happening. Madam President, there is no justification for military activities in these sites. These are nuclear facilities which are clearly identifiable, and attacking them is expressly and specifically prohibited by international humanitarian law. The security, physical security and safety of nuclear facilities should be always safeguarded in all circumstances, as well as all elements that guarantee the security of these facilities, which was occasionally referred to by the Director General of the IEA. We support his initiative in order to ensure that the parties fully comply with their commitments undertaken in the area of security for these facilities. The Zaporizhia incident should be added to a growing list of direct attacks or collateral attacks against civilian infrastructure. International law, international humanitarian law, and the conventions on physical nuclear safety should be respected without exception. We would call for the military action of the Russian Federation on Ukrainian territory to adhere closely to the principles of international law and the principle of proportionality of actions which impact civilian infrastructure, specifically nuclear facilities and radioactive material and equipment. Mexico reiterates and would join the call of the Secretary General for an immediate ceasefire, which would allow for urgent humanitarian action to have access, and that is precisely the objective pursued by France and Mexico in our draft resolution that we have submitted for consideration by the members of this council. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mexico for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank you for convening this emergency session of the Security Council at this critical moment in the situation in Ukraine, and also thank USG DiCarlo and Director General Grossi for the information provided. Ghana is gravely concerned about the intensifying military escalations across several cities in Ukraine, in particular with the attack and shelling of sites close to nuclear power plants and facilities. It is a relief to learn that the situation at the Zaporizhia nuclear plant is currently stable and the radioactive emissions remain within accepted range. Every effort must be made to mitigate the risk of accidental emissions, which pose immeasurable risk to the lives of civilians and an already fragile environment. We urge the continued support of the IAEA to provide